Det kan vi fortfarande höja lite grann. Utmärkt. Det här funkar. Yeah, that's mic 2. That's mic 2. There should be also somewhere mic 1, I guess. That's the other Wi-Fi. Ja, och vad hör du nu? Nu borde du höra någonting. Kanske kan du sätta på hörlurarna? Ja, jag försöker här att också hitta wifi-kanalen från... det låter väldigt svagt, men hur...
I have it in my office, but the problem is, if I take out this grate, then the switcher disappears. From here, and that's a problem with 8M Mini Pro. They have only one exit.
So
that's why I was going through this OBS, because you could operate this separate and OBS separate, and OBS you could see everything.
You can do it. I have previously done it properly. It makes it more complicated.
More complicated, I know.
And most important of all,
the quality of sound you have is buzzing.
no, there's no. I have any video? I should no.
Men det är nog du som det är nog mitt som är på.
I showed
Det är den här. Nej. Frågan är kan det vara det has a camera one external microphone or one microphone at all? I så fall kommer
This one?
switch it off. Switch it off.
There's nothing connected.
För det är någon kamera, det är någon mikrofon.
No, it's not. There's no. Now we're getting.
But we have one microphone open. That's absolutely obvious.
Now I remove this adapter. Now it's getting on camera reading. But when I put this one on, then becomes XLRs. There's nothing in here. This one here could be, how do we switch off the audio on this camera? Okay, let's see. The thing is, I need to remove that.
Yeah, okay.
I will record so you get something. That should be connected and recording.
Not yet.
It will take some time.
Du hittar till den kanalen, Andreas. Du har någon mikrofon där.
In here?
Ja.
In this?
Ja.
Är det här uppe?
This we switched it off now.
Ja, då är det den kameran.
So.
shows what you have on the screen. It doesn't show any longer the stream.
Okay, I have camera in here. I have audio on this camera. On camera.
I'll fetch a video camera. We tried with that one.
Ja, men frågan är... Det finns en ljud här. Det finns ljud här. Ja.
But now that is coming from here, not from the mixer.
That's a microphone we don't want to use actually.
That's the thing.
Give me 1 minute please.
Because if I can connect now the XLR into here, you understand what I mean? Instead of going there, then we can get the audio. You understand what I mean? Like we did before. Because now we don't want the on camera. Let's try it. I like, but the,
Ett, två, tre, fyra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10. How much do you need? 1, 2. Welcome to the... Yes, welcome. It's we're in the red. Sex, 7, 10. Välkommen till Newman Institute. 1. Mr. Kalush. Kan du höra mig? Ett, två, welcome. Kalush, kan du höra mig? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Yeah, but I don't want to scream, so I can speak loud if you want to. You can speak loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 10. You hear me now? One, two. Is it Karush? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Nu drar ner lite grann där. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Mycket Morén. Det är fantastiskt. Underbart. Vi löser det här. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Vilka har ljud på YouTube där i datorn? Ja just det, här ligger grejer. Perfect. 1, 2. Yes, Mr. George. Okay. 1, 2. Welcome. Okay. Hålfritt i flarrorna. Och så här var vitt och rått. Ja, should be okay. Ja, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. You can see that, yeah. So it's, let's keep it like this.
It doesn't take
No. Yeah.
maybe I'll sort it out tonight.
Well, you can have the other camera going anyway. I don't know if you want to sync, lip sync.
I could record on this second camera.
Yeah,
But then they need to do editing.
yeah, but they're going to edit anyway, so
Yeah.
if they want to have it.
Yeah, I'll record on this second camera.
Yeah.
I can record on both of them, right? And then we have
väldigt delay ut i YouTube. Det är ju någon minuts delay innan.
30 sekunder.
Har du utslag där?
You don't think it's a problem with the mixer?
No.
One wireless mic. This is more professional sound looking. We're not having a panel tonight, or maybe.
I suppose we have. But the problem is I don't hear now anything. I don't know what the reason is. Ah, okay. It's camera 2. With one camera. We have to use a video camera.
Yours.
Yeah. Okay. We can, yeah. That one, the only camera we can use. Can we switch? Can we connect these to a video camera?
I can connect this to yours. This is here. This is to the camera. And then we have two wireless mics.
It's not perfect, but
What happens to the other cameras between the sound? There's this disturbance from the other camera. Through the mixer we're having difficulty with the clean sound. We have two speakers or whatever it is. We have two wireless mics. So I can plug it in when they speak. Maybe the one MC here or whatever it is. But during the panel we'll have to find another solution. Okay?
I mean hand mics which they can
Yeah, we'll have to see how to do the hand mics. It's over there, the mic. Can just hold it so we can hear you a little bit.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hallå, hallå, hallå. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hallå, hallå, hallå. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hallå, hallå.
Ja, okej. Vi kör med kamera 2.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hallå, hallå, hallå.
Are there going to be two speakers or only one? Always here.
I mean, one at a time, but...
Because while before the second one we know who the second one is, we can put the second mic on.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And then when they come up, when this one finishes, it gives us back the mic. I have two wireless. It's okay. What I mean is, one has the mic on. When he comes out, we take it off him, put it on the next speaker. I have two mics. They're already online, both of them. This is camera 2, mic 2, mic 2, mic 2. Hello? Yeah? You have two mics. Tino Kahush. Okay? But, so what I need to have this one off.
Ska vi ta den? Bara... Good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to see so many of you being interested in the subject that we live in our daily lives, but seldom pay attention to it. My name is Vanya Rumlin, and on behalf of the Newman Institute, it is with great honor and privilege to greet and welcome Your Eminence, Cardinal Michael Czerny, Prefect of the Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development. Welcome. And Your Eminence, Cardinal Anders Arborelius, Bishop of Stockholm. Welcome. Our warm welcome extends to our distinguished guest lecturers, panelists, and our audience. Thank you for being here and for sharing your time with us. Back in my student days, I remember a professor saying, if everyone put Catholic social teaching into action, it would transform the world. The idea stuck with me throughout my education, and it constantly bothered me, like a stone in your shoe that you know that is there, but you don't really, every time you try to empty it, there's nothing coming out. Today, I managed to identify why was this, what was the reason behind it, and I came to two conclusions. One is that I believe the world is already transformed with the truth that was revealed in Jesus Christ. So instead of wanting to transform the world, we might aim to leave it a little bit better than we found it. And second, because it sounds so simple, if we all put Catholic social teaching into action. So it's hard for me to believe that we have not already been doing this. Are we already putting Catholic social teaching into action? On that note, I welcome our organizer, Anna Minara Chiardi, to say a couple of words. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Vanja. When I began as publishing director at Veritas in February 2017, I was familiar with Catholic social teaching only by name. As a student in theology, I had studied several of those documents belonging to it, but not much reflected upon its importance within and outside of the Catholic Church. On my desk, there were beautiful flowers welcoming me and some piles of paper drafts of what was to become den katolska socialläran, dokument 1891 till 2015. This was also one of my first tasks as a publisher, to publish Catholic social teaching in Swedish. The project itself had started back in 2013 on the initiative of Bengt Almstedt and Andreas Karlgren. There were also a small working committee with experts within this field. For example, Sister Madeleine Fredell, Father Henrik Alberius, and my predecessor as publisher, Hans Hellström. For some reasons, I don't know today what happened, but the process had stopped. And with the support of the Vicar General, Father Pascal, I gathered this committee, and in a year and a half we managed to publish this volume. I was privileged, first, to work with these people, second, learning so much from them, and third, introducing the Catholic social teaching to a wider Swedish-speaking and reading audience. At an early stage, the committee decided that we had to do more than publishing the volume. We had to arrange a symposium to make an anthology with contributions from academic experts and study guides, to provide study guides for the use in the parishes. With the Newman Institute, and more specifically Father Thomas Iregard, Christina Hellner and I planned for a symposium to take place in the fall of 2020 with Cardinal Arborelius and Cardinal Czerny as keynote speakers. As we all know, the pandemic came and everything was postponed or even cancelled. So now, finally, we meet, and I'm looking much forward to listening and learning more about Catholic social teaching and how we can meet the challenges it provides. Thank you.
på det? Okay. Well, this will be a short one, because I don't think our dear Bishop Anders, Cardinal Abrelius, needs further introduction. So I just thank him for his encouragement during the years of work with the documents of the social teaching. And I now invite you to give us some illumination on what actually the common good is, which is a key element of the social teaching.
Thank you so much for this invitation, and I want especially to thank the Newman Institute for organizing this seminar. It's a real act of mercy that will help us to be more aware of the importance of the social doctrine of the Church. I remember a Swedish convert who said to me, "I've read all the catechism of the Catholic Church except what it said about the social doctrine." And maybe that's typical, because this person said it's just something political. But I want to show that the social doctrine is an integral part of our faith. Some people seem to think that the social doctrine of the Church is something that just appeared in the 19th century, when the social problems became acute because of industrialization. Some even state that Pope Leo XIII is the founder of the social doctrine. Of course, I fully appreciate the contribution of Pope Leo XIII, but still I want to stress that Christian faith, or rather the entire biblical faith, has always had a social dimension. Our Catholic faith is all-encompassing. Christian doctrine is social, spiritual, moral, dogmatical, etc. God has something to say to us about just everything existing. There is no neutral part of our existence where God should be absent, as some followers of a more secular humanism are eager to proclaim. God wants to encounter us just everywhere and at every time. He helps us to see the meaning of life in all its aspects. He wants to inspire us and help us to see how we are supposed to act, how to do good. Pope Francis speaks about the culture of encounter, because God is always there in order to encounter us in the very present moment. Just now, He's there in order to come closer to us with all His love and concern. He wants to show us that He loves us and longs to help us to love Him and every creature, to act according to His will for the common good. We are all invited to live in a civilization of love. We are all called to participate with all our forces to build up this civilization where common good is meant for each and sundry, for everyone. My first point would be creation as foundation of common good. God created everything in order to show us something of His hidden truth, beauty, and goodness. In everything existing, we can get a glimpse, however tiny, of His triune being, as Edith Stein shows us in her Endliches und Ewiges Sein. God in himself is an eternal communion of love and goodness. And he created everything in order that it should reflect his very essence as love, mercy, and goodness. Consequently, everything created is fundamentally something good. God created it for the common good, because everything created is connected and united in order to give glory to its creator. All of us created beings, and especially we as human beings created in his very image, are supposed to live harmoniously and peacefully in unity and community, just as God himself in his interior triune life. So this is common good for God and for all creation. As human beings, we have been given a privileged position as shepherds and stewards of the common good of all creation. Created reality as such, is at our service, but we must use it for the good of all. So we are also the servants of the common good for all creation. This fact, unfortunately, has sometimes been forgotten or even denied by pious Christian believers, because everyone can sin, even the pious. Still, it is evident and must be more proclaimed and better understood that our vocation as stewards of creation implies that we have a sacred obligation to take better care of everything created and fully respect its common good. Creation is meant for each and sundry, for human beings, for animals, for fish and birds, and even for snakes. Now the Swedish paper are always writing about a snake that ran away in Skansen in Stockholm. That's the big news in Sweden. Well, common good is meant also for this little snake, or it's a big snake. Well, common good is meant for nature, for climate and environment. As faithful Christians, we have to be much more faithful to our vocation to take care of the common good of the entire creation. We are called to serve and help everything existing to be able to give glory to the Creator by reflecting its own goodness. Because even a snake has something of this goodness of God. Diakonia and liturgia always belong together in Christian life and doctrine. In the Psalms, we see that everything existing can praise and glorify God. Even if we, as human beings, are the only fully conscious members of creation who can pray and adore God in the full sense of the word, we have this task in union and communion with everything existing, because everything created was created in order to glorify God in this cosmic liturgy of our existence. God imbued the creation with his goodness. He gave us his law and established rules for the common good of all creation. The natural law helps all human beings to live a life of justice and peace. The fathers of the Church speak about the logos spermatikoi, the seeds of truth that are to be found in our heart and really in the entire existence of ours. They help us to live a righteous life where everyone gets what he needs for his support. And in that way, God wanted to establish common good in order to help each single being to live a dignified life. And this fact entails that most people, surprisingly enough, have a common treasure and understanding of what is good or bad. Most people know how to live together in a decent way. And that's really something wonderful, a mystery, that people of all cultures somehow have more or less the same look upon what is good or bad. Most people can live together in order to build up a real community and a just society. Even if we are entitled to have our own property, we have to accept that it is given to us in order to make it possible for us to help those in need, those who need our support. What we have received as our property is our part of the common good. We didn't receive it as something that was meant only for our own prosperity or pleasure. On the other hand, it should be something that offers us the immense grace to show God's goodness and generosity to others, especially those who live in poverty and need. So private property is God's gift to us in order to help us to understand the true meaning of the common good. And I think that point could be very important. There is really no conflict between private property and common good if we understand this fundamental notion, that we are giving something in order to help those in need who have not received the same amount of the common good. Poverty, in the biblical and spiritual sense of the word, can also become a grace, something that unites us to those in need. It's an invitation to us to show that we believe in the common good as God's gift to everyone. Poverty could be a sacred invitation to those who have something more, in order to persuade and invite them to distribute their good to those who have less. We know it doesn't happen just like that, but in the biblical notion and background, I think that's a very important thing. Poverty, in this spiritual and mystical sense of the word, helps us more than everything else to overcome material and social misery. If we listen to the voice of the poor, something wonderful can or ought to happen. But we know that it's not automatic. And that's why we need to be more imbued by this notion of common good. Common good has to be established and respected in all social circumstances of life, because God created everything for the benefit of the entire community of created beings. We may never forget that this is also valid when we look upon the resources of nature and our duty to work for a more sustainable way of taking care of the environment. And we know that we constantly forget this accent, this possibility, to see that we as human beings have this sacred obligation to be true stewards of the entire creation, also of climate, environment. More and more we are becoming aware of that, but still there is much to do and much to learn. My second point would be communion of saints as fullness of common good. A little special accent that not everyone has heard, perhaps. Hopefully it can be something new, because you are all experts in the social doctrine of the Church. But I think this is also something that could be interesting. Even if God created everything as a revelation of His goodness and meant it to be shared by everyone, sin entered this world of His and ours. Abel was killed by his brother, who could not stand that his brother had received something that he had not received. Envy means that we cannot accept that created things are meant for the good of all, and not only for our own individual benefit. And that's a very tragical and a very common insight. Envy is really something terrible. When God became man in Jesus Christ, He wanted to show us that we are a community where we share the good things of creation and try to respect the goodness of creation. Original sin means that we want to have our own way and treat everything existing exclusively for our own good and personal pleasure. And that's something very, very common. We all have it, a part of that original sin, unfortunately. Over and over again, we see this temptation in the life of bygone times, but above all, we are obliged to recognize it here and now in our own heart. Something went wrong. Something is still wrong. The natural law was not and is not understood and accepted. That was also the reason why God decided to reveal Himself, His own secret and hidden reality. This implied that He also had to show us how to act, how to live, how to treat everything existing as He Himself would have done. He called Abraham to leave his old country and his old way of life behind and go to the promised new land of hope, where everything was to be the common good of all the people of Israel. The natural law needed to be completed and fulfilled by the law of Moses. God always works step by step, and it's important to see this development. Still, this was not enough. God had to become one of us in order to show us from inside how we should live together as His people and respect that the common good is meant for everyone. The gospel of Jesus can show us this idea of his vision that proclaims that we are united in Him and share everything with Him and with our brothers and sisters. Thanks to the gift of baptism, we have become in the full sense of the word, as St. Paul tells us over and over again, the holy people of God, trying to live in holiness and having God's graces and His special riches in common. This is the sum total, the fullness of the revelation of the notion of common good. We take part in the mystery of the Church. We, poor and humble sinners, belong to the communion of saints, where we may receive the goodness of God Himself, His pardon and grace, in order to be able to adore and glorify Him, and to share with everyone the common good. It becomes a privilege, a special grace, to be able to share the common good with each and sundry. All the good things of this world and the coming world belong to all of us. As a community of saints, or rather as pilgrims on the pathway to holiness, we share everything with our brothers and sisters. We become brothers and sisters by sharing in the common good. And it is an immense joy when we realize that we belong to this communion of saints, where we have everything in common, and where it is a privilege to share, to give away, to distribute, to get rid of things. And of course, we know it's not always easy, but we have to be reminded of this fact over and over again. All the spiritual riches of the saints belong to us. So why shouldn't we not share in the material goods? And I think this is a very important thing to realize, that when we really realize that we may share in all these spiritual riches, the material riches are not so important to keep in our own possession. It becomes a grace, an immense grace, that we can help others to take a share in what we have. We may share in the humility of Mary and in the poverty of Francis. All the spiritual good things become a common property, helping us to grow in holiness and helping us to give away what we don't need, or even what we need. Maybe that's the step to holiness, that we are allowed to give away what we really need, even our life. So once again, we have to remember that liturgia is always united to diaconia. The material things as well are good, and they are also meant to be common to all of us. As Christians, we have the privilege to distribute both our spiritual and material goods to those in need. And who is not in need? Maybe the very rich are the most needy. Still, it's not always so easy to let go of our personal property. That's why we need sanctifying grace. We need to have a pure intention. We need the inspiration and the impulses of the Holy Spirit. And we need daily conversion. We need Christ and all His saints in order to wake up and deny our selfish wishes to keep everything for our own pleasure and commodity. We need spirituality in order to act according to the social doctrine of the Church. And I think that's a very important thing. There can be a wonderful social doctrine, but if we don't have the impulses and the force of Christ and the Spirit, it's just something beautiful that will never be realized. And maybe that's the big problem. that we don't have this interior urge to live according to the social doctrine of the Church. And that's why spirituality is needed, whether it be Jesuit, whether it be that and that. But the gifts of the Holy Spirit are needed to help us to live according to the gospel, to live a life where we really believe in the common good, that it can be realized, that it's not only a beautiful word, but it's a daily reality. That's not so easy. That's really a kind of daily conversion. But the gospel has the power to show us that what we really long for and need to discover is the common good. That is, Jesus Christ as head of the Church, bringing us together and helping us to live in a real we. In Swedish we often speak about the Catholic we. As a community where we have everything in common, whether it be spiritual good or more material good. It is the common vocation of all of us to try to establish this common good here and now, just where we are, not tomorrow or after the elections or whatever we think. It's just now that we, as holy people of God, should be able to do what we can in order to establish common good. We have to work for a society of justice and love in order to overcome the threat of the culture of death, the culture of envy, the culture of selfishness, and whatever we might call it. Then gradually, the culture of encounter will be established, as Pope Francis always tells us, that we are responsible to bring about this culture of encounter, where the rich and the poor somehow see that they need each other in order to find a solution and put the common good in the center. The Holy Spirit is always urging us to do everything we can. Still, we often fall and have to start all over again. Even so, we have to accept that the perfection, the fullness of the common good is an eschatological reality. But it can and it has to be reflected here and now. It is the task of the social doctrine of the Church to help us to see that we can and must work for a world where the common good is respected for the benefit of all humanity and really for all creation, so that everyone and everything can give glory and praise to the Holy Trinity. So, with this pious wish, I finish my little talk, and together we can reflect more upon what we as ordinary people can do in order to bring about a world where the common good is respected and cherished, in order to give glory to God, who in himself is all the goodness and truth and love.
Har ni en lös mikrofon som jag kan gå runt med, då kan du behålla. Thank you, Bishop Anders, now in English, for deepening and broadening the element of the common good, at least for me. I liked your depiction of the common good as putting together everything in this material world and in the world above, the common world, the original world. And also to bring out the good Catholic tradition when it comes to economics of enough. Because there is a problem to have too much and too little. Someone is doing something to me. Okay. There. So now we open the floor for questions, and we have a good half hour. So please don't hesitate, as we usually do when we open the floor. If there are a first question, a first reflection, even though it should not be too long. Säg gärna vad du heter också.
Dr. Själv, can you hear me? I will open up with a question as no one else volunteered. I would like to ask you, Bishop Anders, in the Swedish Christian Council, Svenska Kristna Rådet, how can you discuss these issues of common good and social doctrine as the position in the majority church in Sweden, the Swedish state church, is that priests, also Catholic lay people and church people in general should keep the views in church and shouldn't intervene. There's been problem in the green theology, the eco-theology. Bishop Söderberg has been pursuing that for 15 years, and he wanted to move in and said we should embrace the social doctrine and discuss the common good from the church. And I guess both you in television and he in general has been beaten up fairly well by Swedish politicians in the parliament. Can you give some comments on how we should approach this in Sweden?
Well,
how do we implement the common good?
I know that it's not so easy for people in the political world to understand the fullness of this message. But I do think that many people in our society somehow have a kind of dream, a vision, that it would be possible to live in a society together where we all have somehow discovered that it's best for all of us if we accept this notion of common good. Then how to establish it? Of course, then the questions begin in political life, in social life, and even in our parishes. And maybe that's the main difficulty, that we know, I would say, because we are created beings, somehow most people know that it would be the best for everyone if we could accept that everything created is meant for all of us, and that is the common good. But then how to bring about it in a society? And that's why they have something to do in Parliament, to discuss, to criticize, and sometimes we have the impression that, well, if we put them on an island isolated from everything, where they have to make good decisions, it would be better than to, well, just discuss, just criticize. And I have no insight into the hearts of politicians, but I think that somehow many of them have this hidden wish or dream or vision, and well, they try to do what they can, but also they are a limited person, and I would say the fullness of this part of our doctrine is very hard to understand if you don't have the inspiration of the Holy Spirit. But hopefully there will be enough good people also in the political sphere of society, so that they see that they are obliged to do everything in order to try to build up a society where common good is respected. So maybe it's a futile hope and a wish, but I think that now many people say the political ideologies do not exist, and then we could come with a social doctrine and say, here we have something for you to study, maybe there can be something that you can discover. Maybe that could be our, so maybe Veritas could send to all the parliamentarians this thick book and see what happens. Or at least 10 pages as a synodal process. Maybe 10 pages of some ideas could be a good gift to our politicians, because we know it's not easy to find this dialogue between church and society, but I think on this issue it ought to be possible. And we know that there are politicians. We heard when Olof Palme died that he had all the papal encyclicas in his office, and he had read them and underlined some things. So there are politicians of various parties that could somehow perhaps be our dialogue partners if we have the possibility to find that way of entering into dialogue. That could be a little step, perhaps.
And that, yeah. May I just also make a reflection, a short one, that this is why the social encyclicals again and again encourage Catholics to enter political life. Not for a specific political ideology, but enter political life with the ideology of the social teaching. Oh, maybe.
Escabel Prize awarded research for the first female Nobel Prize for it as well.
Talking about the Parliament and this book, as a matter of fact, during the pandemic, I happened to meet a librarian from the Parliament Library, and I told her that I had just learned that there was a new book, a thick book of the Catholic social teaching. But I'm also a weak and humble servant of God who did not find out if she actually got that book for the Parliament Library, but we can talk about it later.
Yeah, but I'm sure Veritas could send a free gift to the Library of the Parliament. Yeah.
That's good. More questions or short reflections? But there should be. Maria. Damerna först.
Thank you so much, Cardinal Anders. I heard at some point someone saying that the Catholic social teachings is the best kept treasure of the Church. And I think there is something true in that. When we start to look at the social teachings, it's something beautiful. It's a real treasure. But it's something, we were speaking now about the politicians and so on, but I think it's something that also we Catholics don't always know so well ourselves. And I think it's more a comment than a question, but the importance of our Church to ensure that we are well familiar with the social teachings. And I think it's often, can be an entry point also into dialogue with others outside of the Church and inside the Church, a point of contact. There is often a better understanding and a better interest, I think, in many persons when they hear about the social teachings of the Church. And it can sometimes be an entry point for many to discover more of the other treasures that we have. So it's more a comment. But I think it's really important, and thinking back of my own raising in the church and so on. It's not so many venues where we have this opportunity to learn more about the social teachings.
Mm.
So thank you also for the symposium. I think it's important.
No, it's true. It is something very hidden, very forgotten or never heard about. And that's very true. And I suppose our catechism should be read entirely and not only the other parts of the catechism. And then, of course, it has to be studied, it has to be learned, it has to be proclaimed. So every Catholic somehow should do what he or she could do in order to make it known. And I would say perhaps more through our way of life than through our words. Because we know when people see that we live according to this doctrine, they will ask us, what is this? How come that you live like that? Because that's I would say in our society today, people do not listen so much to words because there are so many words around, so many messages, so many Twitters and things like that. But if they see that we really live like that, and that's why we need Caritas and other organizations or communities that try to live according to the social doctrine. And then it is also, well, something credible. It is possible to live according to this doctrine. So there are many ways of trying to help people to discover it. And as you said, I think that also many Christians from other churches are very interested, sometimes more interested than we, because in many churches they don't have any special social doctrine. But they can recognize, of course, when we try to explain the deep meaning of the social doctrine, that it's something we have in common. And many other religious communities can recognize what they believe as right and just, and I would say even a secular humanism. So it could be something that brings people together. And we know that when Pope Francis speaks about the culture of encounter, he means that all people of goodwill ought to come together in order to work for this common good of all our world and all our creation. So there is much to be done, and perhaps also much to be said. But I would say more to be done than to be said, because words, I come from southern Sweden, and they have a beautiful word for what pious people do. They are hellörade. They put the word of God here, and then it goes out through the other ear. And often in church, people sit like that. They listen to the word, but they forgot everything. So it's more to be done than to be said, maybe. But read the book if you have time. Not everything at once, but some words here and there could do wonder.
And then we will have a last question before.
I also have a question.
Okay, we have two more questions before a short coffee break.
Okay, I hope I have a simple one. And that's when I reread the documents, what struck me was that the popes tied the common good to God and to love and to truth, but also to the absolute human values, and that's the value of life in all its aspects. But what I also encounter is that many people, sadly from time to time, also myself, tend to think that truth is what I happen to hold right now, and love very much tends to be some kind of satisfaction, and that means we have no common language. And what's your experience in that regard?
Well, it's true. It's difficult to find a common language in a society that is so different, so divided. And that's why I think the acts have a deeper impact behind the words and the doctrines and the ideologies. And maybe that's the strength of the saints. We see in St. Francis and Mother Teresa of Calcutta that they want to live according to this message. And people can understand that, even if they haven't heard about a social doctrine and know very little about Christian faith. So the most simple way of giving the social doctrine a future is to become saints. Then it would be very easy. Well, yeah. Yes, thank you. Stefan is our new General Secretary for Justitia et Pax. So you will have a lot to do in the future to really work for the social doctrine of the Church. But we all have. It's not only your task, it's the task of every one of us.
But I just said the two last questions, that this will be the last one. And then there was a coffee break.
Yes. Thank you, Bishop Anders. We know that the Christian democracy that grew after the Second World War was very inspired by the Catholic social doctrine teaching. And I actually we had a parliamentary election in Sweden not very long ago, and I went to the Christian Democratic Party and asked them about this common good, and well, they didn't seem, these young people suddenly, they didn't seem to know much about it. But I thought, I told them I think the common good is very much my good, also in their program sometimes. But what we can look at the politics, politicians, but what happened when the common good within the Catholic Church also more and more focuses on my own good, not the common good. Do you have thought of that? Because we Catholics also tend to think of my good, not the common good.
Well, of course, that's the temptation of all of us, that we think more about me, us, than for all. So it's also a common obligation to conversion, also within the Church, of course, because we know that we, as everyone else, need to realize the immense grace of this message, but at the same time that it means that we need to sacrifice something of our commodity and our means. And then it becomes difficult. That's what we all know, for everyone, because we tend to think that the others should convert. Even in the confessional, it's very easy to confess the sins of others and not my sins. So that's our homework, to start at home. And I think if our Catholic community, in one way or the other, could show that it is possible to live according to this social doctrine of the Church, then people would be more interested. But that depends on all of us and not upon the others. And that's our main temptation, to think other people ought to do something. Other people ought to really realize this immense beauty of the social doctrine. But all of us are involved, and all of us can do something. Everyone can contribute in order to make the world better and help us to realize that we live in a common world where we have the responsibility for the common good, and that we can help each other, remind each other to live like that.
again, a deep felt thank you for starting off this symposium. And we invite you to be the first to find something that will quicken you down by the coffee, on the coffee table. Thank you.
I hope there is enough for everyone. Very good.
Ska jag ha kvar den här eller?
Vi ska fortsätta vara konferenser.
Ja, det är precis.
Då är det lika bra att låta den.
Varför har ni två? Är det en inspelning eller också?
Ja, det är det för livestreamingen.
Ja, okej.
Det är lite rörigt allting. För att få alla sladdar. Det här går ut i den här högtalaren.
Jag kommer tillbaka om en kvart och hämtar den. Ska jag stänga av den här under tiden eller? Hur länge håller den? Håller den dagen eller?
Ja, det gör den säkert. Annars är det väl bara att
det är ju de det är faktiskt inte
Jag håller till.
Okej, jag kommer till det sen.
Eller vi kan sätta dem här. Men om efter pausen du bara trycker 3 sekunder, det kommer. Okej? Bara den här. 3 sekunder. Okej? Det här är din. Och här vi stänger.
Om du sätter här.
Alltså, men då sitter då om jag rör mig så. Nej.
Är det okej?
Ja, men inte ska den här nere då. Fast om jag rör mig så då kommer jag ju...
Ta den här med. Har du en pika?
Ja. Ska vi se.
Uppe här. Ja.
Så ska vi se om vi sätter den där då. Nej, det är ingen ficka. Vi ser om jag hade väldigt konstigt. Ja.
Okej, är du klar?
Ja, men ska det vara så här mycket ljus så måste jag ha det blända mig. Jag kan nästan inte se.
Ja, men det är väl för inspelningen, va? Ursäkta?
Alltså det ljuset, det irriterar mig väldigt.
Det måste ha.
Jag kan inte ha det ljuset.
Alls?
Då får du, nej, jag kan inte ha det ljuset. Jag blir alldeles bländad.
Du är inte lätt, Yvonne Maria.
Nej, men och sen så, det måste vara mindre. Det här måste ju synas. Bilder.
Ja, men det kommer alltså det syns.
Ja, men gör det det? Ska vi se.
Gå ner du och kolla.
Ja. Jag kan släcka den lampan där. Den runda där.
Den runda?
Ja.
Men du kanske snarare är den vi behöver släcka.
Ja, det är den måste vi släcka. Så att det blir...
Men man kan inte...
Det kommer från...
Ja, det är fönstret.
Ja. Kan man dra för lite grann då? Så att för att annars är det rätt meningslöst att ha PowerPoint om det inte syns. Nej.
Då så inbjuder jag er nu till ett föredrag om From the Idea of Catholic Confessional State to Democracy and Human Rights. Historical Perspectives on the Catholic Social Teaching. And who will address us? It's Yvonne Maria Werner. She is professor at the University of Lund, which I proudly mention in this city of Uppsala. She is also honorary doctor of theology and of course doctor of philosophy. And she is a writer of many books, especially in her field of research, the history of Catholicism and Catholics in Sweden. So please, Yvonne Maria.
Yes, thank you very much. And this will be, it will be on social doctrine, the idea of a Catholic, from the idea of a Catholic confessional state to democracy and human rights, historical perspectives on the Catholic social teaching. So this is the historical perspective with a lot of ideology and the relations of state and church at focus. In our time, the Catholic Church stands out as an ardent defender of human rights and democracy. But this hasn't always been the case. In fact, it was only with the Second Vatican Council in the 1960s that these ideas were integrated into Catholic social doctrine. This is particularly evident in the Declaration Dignitatis Humanae and the Pastoral Constitution Gaudium et Spes, both of which were adopted after stormy debates in the final stages of the Council. With these two documents, the Catholic Church recognized the basic principles of Western democracy, including human rights. So here we have a picture from the Second Vatican Council as an illustration. But in the pre-modern political system, Christian doctrine in its various confessional forms constituted the foundation of society, and rights and privileges were attached to Christian confession. This system began to be questioned in the 18th century, and the French Revolution and the upheavals of the Napoleonic Wars paved the way for a new state order on a secular basis. Religious freedom, which was proclaimed as a human right in the American and in the French Declaration of Rights in 1776, respectively 1789, was part of the modern project in its new way of understanding the relation between state and society. The main point was that religion should no longer be the concern of society, but a private matter, and that the civil rights should not be dependent on religious views or affiliations. These principles were opposed by the Catholic Church, which instead adhered to a pre-modern conception of society. First, I will say something about these pictures here. The light is perhaps too much light here, but here is the French Declaration and the American Declaration, and here you see the places for the French Revolution and the American Declaration of Human Rights. These principles were opposed by the Catholic Church, starting with Pius VI. In 1791, the Pope strongly condemned the idea of autonomy of the individual and society in relation to God and the Church. This period in Catholic history was marked by the ultramontane movement that broke through in the early 19th century. With its emphasis on papal authority, ultramontanism served as a basis for a successful effort of the Catholic Church to promote ecclesiastical discipline and centralization, to defend the Church from state interference and create favorable conditions for internal and external missions. The Catholic hierarchy, together with forceful lay movements, built up a system of organizations of all kinds, from religious societies to popular mass movements. In many places, this led to open conflicts with the state, sometimes escalating to a cultural war called Torkampf. And here we see some illustrations. Pius VI, see here, Catholic manifestations of faith. Here is Pius XII. And this marked, these two popes, they mark the ultramontane period. Yes, and here you see the Pope on the sedia. This is an illustration of a specific time in Catholic history. And this Catholic doctrine was summarized in Pope Pius IX's encyclical Quanta Cura, with its accompanying syllabus errorum, lists of errors, from 1864. And here, the political, economic, social, and cultural tenets of liberalism was strongly condemned. According to the Catholic social doctrine, is laid out in papal teaching from Gregory XVI in the 1830s to Pius XII in the 1950s, notably in Immortale Dei from 1885 and Rerum Novarum from 1891. The Church was regarded as a societas perfecta, a perfect society, equivalent to the state, and with an objective right to be protected by the state. The ideal was a Catholic state built on the eternal principles of the God-given natural law, guarded and interpreted by the Church. Among the modern delusions condemned in Quanta Cura was also the idea of religious freedom as a human right, which was seen as an expression of a relativistic concept of truth. Condemnations of religious freedom was subsequently repeated in a series of papal letters up to the 1950s. The starting point was that only the Catholic Church objectively had a right to exist, while for other Christian denominations it could only be a question of tolerance. That is, a negatively formulated civil right not to be disturbed in its cult. In the struggle against the secular and totalitarian social system of the time, it was therefore not the rights of the individual that were in focus, but the freedom and rights of the Catholic Church, which in turn were considered as a prerequisite for the individual to receive the necessary protection. The liberal principle of autonomy of the secular sphere was rejected, and the Church raised demands for the decisive influence of family, educational, and cultural policies as an important part of its mission. And here we see those two popes. We have Pius IX, who who formulated a social doctrine, but with the focus on the relation of state and church, and the independence of the church as a main question. And here we have then, as you see, Leo XIII, with this, who wrote the famous encyclical on the social question called Rerum Novarum, the new things. The goal for the Catholic Church in this time was the Catholic confessional state. And in those countries where Catholics were in the majority, the Catholic Church strove to secure a privileged position through concordats. With the encyclical Quas Primas from 1925, and the institution of the Feast of Christ the King, Pius XI emphasized the duty of Catholics to work for the subordination of state and society to the spiritual dominion of Christ and his Church. The Catholic social doctrine, however, did not side with any polity per se, but judged them by the extent to which they acceded to the Church's demands for influence over society and its moral order. An example is the Concordat with Italy in 1929, the so-called Lateran Treaty, which settled the conflict between state and church in Italy and restored Catholicism to its position as a state religion. In the same year, an agreement was reached also with the radical government of Mexico, where church persecutions have occurred since the 1910s. In summer 1934, another concordat was concluded, now with National Socialist Germany. But the repeated violations of these agreements by the Mexican and the German governments made Pius XI to protest, and he urged the Catholics to peacefully resist state violence and condemned in sharp terms both the National Socialist racial ideology and the persecution of the Jews, as well as communist ideology and its atheist principles. And here we see Pius XI on the Sedia. Here is 1925. That was a holy year. We will become a new holy year in 2025. And here we see Mussolini and representatives of the Catholic Church signing the Lateran Treaty in 1929. But the experience of totalitarian regimes led to a more positive view of democracy, and in a radio speech in 1944, Pius XII pointed out the benefits of a democratic political order. In the United States, Catholics faced a difficult equation when trying to appear as credible citizens in a society expressively denying the conception of a state church. Attempts to adjust the traditional Catholic concept to the liberal doctrine of freedom were, however, condemned by church authorities. That was the case with the Jesuit John Courtney Murray, who published several articles arguing for interfaith cooperation and religious freedom in accordance with the US Constitution. Yet, the teaching of the Catholic magisterium on these matters began to be increasingly questioned and seen as a burden, hampering the Church's ability to fulfill its mission. And here we see Murray, Pius XII, in one of his radio speeches. He made many. And Jacques Martin was also arguing for this kind of for the Catholic Church to accept parts of liberal society's ideals. And Cardinal Alfredo Ottaviani, who is in some way a symbol for the Church, for the Church in this time, who didn't want to agree on these principles. But they were, as I said, more and more seen as a burden. And then came the change with the Second Vatican Council. The Second Vatican Council opened the way for a reconsideration of the Church's relationship with modern society and its ideological principles. In consequence of the reorientation, the Catholic Church abandoned the goal of the Catholic state and accepted the main principles of modern society and the idea of human rights. In the Constitution Lumen Gentium, the previously prominent hierarchical and legal aspects were tuned down in favor of the idea of community, and the participation of the laity was highlighted. Here, the Church is no longer presented as a sacred institution alongside modern society, but as a part of that society and its history, and the former claim of being the only true Church was modified. This reinterpretation allowed the Catholic Church to engage in ecumenical and interfaith dialogue, which it had previously firmly rejected on the grounds that the truth is non-negotiable. And here we see some pictures from the Second Vatican Council. The previous demarcation against modern society was thus abandoned in favor of cooperation and dialogue in defense of social and moral values. And in the declaration, Dignitatis Humanae, religious freedom, contrary to the previously prevailing doctrine, is designated as a God-given human right. The focus has shifted from the rights of God and the Church to the freedom and dignity of the human person. This change of perspective found its main expression in the pastoral constitution Gaudium et Spes, which had been aptly referred to as a kind of anti-syllabus, as against the syllabus of Pius IX. In the new concordates with Italy and Spain, the Catholic Church relinquished its former privileged position in favor of universal religious freedom. The idea of human rights has been a foundation of Catholic social doctrine since the Council. Catholicism now no longer emerge as an alternative to the political ideologies, but as a religious community of faith that can offer an ethical and moral foundation for politics at large. However, the Catholic Church has not abandoned the concept of natural law, with a divine, eternally valid moral order to which human rights are being related. And it is criticizing ideologies of the left and of the right, which it judged not to conform with the requirements of Christian morality. On this point, there is a clear continuity over time. And now to summarize, the Catholic social doctrine has moved from a rejection of the idea of human rights in the 19th and early 20th centuries to an ostensible endorsement of them in the second half of the 20th century. This was made possible due to a transformation of the meaning that was historically assigned to them, whereas such rights were originally construed as expressions of an individualist social philosophy founded on the idea of human autonomy. The Catholic Church restyled them as correlates to the idea of natural law. And this is the foundation for what we are going to discuss on this conference. So I stop with this, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Yvonne Maria, for this thorough picture of how the Catholic Church wakes up to reality, let's say, or the modern reality. Thank you. So, are there questions? Are there reflections? And I say again, there should be. This is a very important part of the history of the Catholic Church in her dialogue with society, which was one of the major outcomes of Vatican II.
So, thank you very much for this interesting expose. Would you say that this reformulation is still, that there is still a consistency, that it's still in a way the same teaching, or?
No, it is the same teaching, but the perspectives have changed. And this is due to the change of society as a whole. The former doctrine was construed from up to down, and now it's construed from down up, as in a different way. So it is the same doctrine, but it is formulated in a different way. So it has always been also the church has always protected human rights in different ways. It made it through the state in the early modern society, and today it makes it through these principles of human rights. Because the state is not reliable. We have no Christian states.
And the movement from down to up is very much happening now with the synodal process going on. Well, the floor is open.
Thank you. Just a short question. Don't you think that looking at the history of the Catholic Church, it has always opted for the legal system, regulated legal system, law, from the very start, from the very early Christians?
Also, opted for a legal system?
Yes, regulated legal structure.
Oh yes, that's clear. Oh yes, that's clear.
And it continued naturally in that direction. Even the Second Vatican Council, as you say, it was a reflection upon the dogmas and tradition that already were in place.
Yes. So there is reformulations, then there are bad interpretations. So there have been a lot of discussions about this, and there are groups in the church that says that that this is not in accordance with the former doctrine. But the point is that they are exaggerating the differences, because if you look closer, also at the doctrines of Pius IX, you can see that it is the same principles, but they are formulated in different ways. And yes.
Don't you think the same is happening today? We get lost in a notion that we're changing the basic truth when it's not. The basic truth is one. And then even the synodal way that someone mentioned, should be a reflection again on the scripture, but the truth remains as it is, unchanged.
Yes, that's right. It is, you can say that the church in the 19th century was protesting against the state. Because the state, the liberal state of those days was not as a liberal state today. There was suppression of the church, of Catholics, of Catholic organizations, and the idea that religion should only be private, that it shouldn't be at all public. So this was the ground why the church was acting or reacting in such a strong way in the 19th century and the early 20th century too.
Could I ask a question also? What you brought up is that the church tends to choose the legal expression when it needed to express something. Could that have to do something with the fact that the church was founded and organized in the Roman era?
Yes, also the church always adapts to the legal principles of its time and reacts against it and picks parts of it up. So that's always the case.
But it has kept the system very long of the Roman system.
Yes. Still today, parts of it. And the Roman system is also part of secular law. So it's important, both for the secular law and for canon law. But I think you want to point out something that I don't understand.
No. It's, no, I was just wondering, I was picking up on the former question.
Okay, I can make a reflection on what I hear you say. And that is emphasizing conflict in the 18th and 19th centuries, whereas the documents in the social teaching as we have them today, I see an emerging emphasis on speaking of unity and pointing out a third way. And along with that, I also can imagine that there is a change in the self-understanding of the church and its role in society.
Yes, there are always also changing in you can see there is a new understanding of the church at the Second Vatican Council. It's more seen as a community as before. But these changes you can see as in all church history, you can see as a change. There are always changes. And about conflicts and unity, also in today's doctrines, for example, the teaching of Pope Francis, he sees pointing to conflicts too. For example, when it comes to abortion, there is such a conflict between the modern state and the Catholic Church. So it's not only unity; it's always some conflicts. But different conflicts.
And we have time for one more question. Okay.
I would like to take the example of Austrofascism as an example to make the point that you're trying to make here a little bit clearer. The idea was, and this was in between the First and Second World War in Austria, where the church did have a privileged position. They tried to launch, they hadn't quite realized what a bad idea fascism was, and they were going to do a Catholic fascism in that country. They actually got started on the project. And because fascism is such a bad idea, but they didn't realize it.
Yes, but this
it started going down the tubes rather quickly. And one bad idea was replaced with the Anschluss, where a horrible idea came over. But the thing is that had they been allowed to continue, there's a lot of speculation that the church would have looked really, really bad. And they got saved by something that was absolutely horrible. The point being is that what you do have is that doctrine is over there in that book. It was the same darn doctrine that they were trying to turn into a form of fascism. What we find out is that now the church has stopped trying to put its fingers on the buttons, and that's a good idea. But what we're finding is that the same darn doctrine that they were trying to use as a background to a form of fascism is now even better than what it was, than what they were trying to do in Austria. Use that as a comparison.
So Austrofascism, that's the movement in Austria didn't call itself Austrofascism. This is this word is used by the enemies. That's the first thing to say. And the church always have connections to movements in contemporary movements, and try to cope with them. And at this time, fascism was such a movement, and fascism was not as bad for the church as communism, as fascism, for example, in Italy and in Spain, accepted the Catholic Church, and also made the Catholic Church made Catholicism a state religion. So there was these treaties from the part of the church. From the part of the church, the idea was that through a concordate we can tame this kind of ideology and secure a position for the church, so that the church can fulfill its mission and also fight for for human rights, because the church did that in Spain, in Italy, in Austria, and everywhere. But you don't agree?
No, I do agree with you. What I would point out is that, and I know that, but that's the term to use so that people can guess what I'm talking about. The point being was that it was going very, very badly, where things were going so badly they were starting to round people up and pop people into concentration camps.
Yes, it was as in Germany, with the concordate, the treaty with Germany. From the point of view of the church, this was a try to secure the position of the Catholic Church in Germany. It wasn't successful. But
well, I think it's more about the Austrian situation, where they had more direct control than in Germany. Because in Germany they had all the Protestants and that kind of thing. But in Austria, they were right on it. They were right mixed up in it, and they had a lot more to say about how things were developed.
yes, I know. It's a long history, and there is a lot of conflicts also within Austria at the time. So I think we have to discuss that at a dinner later this evening.
I was just going to propose that, because it is interesting, but it will be too long because the time is up for this part of the symposium. We thank you, Yvonne Maria Werner, for coming here and painting a broader picture on this very crucial period in the history of the Church. Thank you so much. And now there is now there is another leg stretcher. You have 15 minutes, but I would like you please to be back in your seats at 5 sharp.
Vad sa du?
Hej. Jag känner igen dig. Oj, okej, berätta.
Grannar på Victorias gata.
Ah. Jaha. Trevligt att råkas igen. Ja, men så där.
Det har hänt så mycket sen dess.
Ja, men det har det. Ja, men visst. Nej, alltså jag var ju det. Engelskan är inte Select 4 very diverse parts of society and reality. And I introduce first Father Fredrik Heiding, who is stepping in for Father Ulf Jonsson, which sorrily has been indisposed today, but you will give his introduction and you will be here in his place. Thank you. And Katarina Leblanc, you are a doctor, you're a professor in clinical stem cell research. It is stem cell? Stem cell. Okay. At Karolinska Institutet. And you're also a member of the Papal Academy of Life. And also Maria Nyman Willems, you are the General Secretary of Caritas Europa. We have worked together in that organization for a couple of years, and it's very nice to have you here on the podium. And then, lastly but not least, is Professor Daniel Statin. You are a professor of civil rights at the University of Uppsala. So I invite you to give an opening statement. You have approximately 5 minutes. And I ask you, Fredrik, to start.
So this is a statement by Father Ulf Jonsson around the topic of the common good and its current challenges. I will speak about polarization as the threat to the common good. I would say that one big challenge to the common good in our time is the strong polarization that characterizes so much of public debate today. Polarization is to be found in political life, in cultural life, on the internet and so on, and unfortunately also within the church. In the long run, this polarization threatens to undermine civilized ways of dealing with conflicts and with our search for the common good. And not the least, this strong development of polarization puts democracy at risk. Democracy is a human invention, and it will not bring us the kingdom of God. Democracy is fallible, and by itself, democracy is no guarantee for justice. But democracy is arguably the best human way of reaching common solutions to common problems. And therefore, democracy is an important instrument for promoting the common good. Democracy respects pluralism of opinions and ways of living. Thereby, democracy counteracts utopian ideas which make people strive for an imagined paradise at the cost of suppressing or even annihilating those who do not share or fit into those utopian ideas. A number of polarizing utopian ideologies today reject the acceptance of pluralism, and instead they proclaim a politics of identity. Only our culture, only our political ideology, only our religion, only our way of living and thinking is acceptable. The awful, strong language of hatred between these different polarizing groups is a challenge to the fundaments of a common human striving for the common good. As an answer to this phenomenon, we need a strong advocacy for a civilized, democratic acceptance of pluralism. It is also worth remembering that such a democratic view is itself built upon a set of fundamental values. That is to say, the idea of pluralism is built on democratic views, which in its turn is then built upon a set of fundamental values, such as the equal value and dignity of every human person, the idea of equality before the law, the striving for a just distribution of the goods of the world, as well as a sense for our common responsibility for creation, something which Cardinal Arborelius underlined, and the common responsibility for future generations. Moreover, pluralism is the opposite of relativism. And here my brother Ulf Jonsson becomes a bit philosophical, so I will read this more slowly. Moreover, pluralism is the opposite of relativism and nihilism, since pluralism cannot even be described without defining the different essential characteristics of every individual. Without objective essentialism, pluralism becomes unintelligible. Hence, pluralism is quite the opposite of relativistic attitude of anything goes when it comes to understanding the world. Democratic pluralism presupposes the acknowledgement of and the respect for substantial essentialistic differences. In our time, there are many loud voices proclaiming intolerance and polarizing ideologies reserved against the other. But just like the social teaching of the Church says, the common good is only to be achieved by the collaboration of all people of goodwill, with due respect for diversities, which the Creator himself has bestowed upon his creation.
Thank you. Thank you. The two Jesuits. And now please pass the microphone to Katarina Leblond. Please.
Thank you. I thought maybe I should go last because I'm the most different person here, I think.
And that's why Sue's right here.
So, I wondered why I came here, and as a scientist and as a physician, but also as a member of the Pontifical Academy of Life, I think a lot of what I heard really relates to the questions that we work with and I work with, but maybe in a more pragmatic and practical and scientific fashion, and much less semantic. We heard earlier about the values and the true values and how we need to stay with the values when times change and centuries pass. And I think that's also very fundamental for scientific work, and particularly for the Pontifical Academy of Life that was initially funded as a pro-life action, addressing very traditional, if you wish, questions of the Catholic Church, such as a movement against abortion and IVF. But has expanded as the world expands and the environment changes, and our abilities with new technologies change to encompass a much broader perspective of issues. I think as we traditionally have thought of us as humans and the need to be equal, and put a lot of focus on our own species. With the overpopulation of the planet, exhaustion of resources, and reducing biodiversity, we will need in the future to not only look at us as humans, but look at the human race in the context of the global biology and balance in order to serve us and in order to serve God's creation in the planet as a whole. I think also with new technologies, we need to be skeptical and worry and scrutinize them to see that they stay with these common values that we, I think, in previous presentations as well established, have always been there and that we fundamentally believe in. But we also need to understand how we can use new technologies in order to achieve those goals, perhaps at a higher level. And with that will come new problems, such as very advanced technologies that are resource demanding or very expensive, and we will need in the future to ask ourselves, are these, for example, very advanced medical treatments going to be available for all humans in all countries, or just for very privileged citizens in Western cultures? And that will have to include a very deep ethical debate on how we relate to the world as it changes. And really, this is the interface where I work at the same time as I work with patients that have leukemia, that have a very severe disease, a high risk of dying, and where the very core ethical questions of surviving, caring for people around yourself, your children, are very key. And I think in many ways all of this is, I try to make it very related.
Thank you. And now for another completely different perspective, please, Maria Nima.
Thank you, Father Henrik. So I'm indeed Maria, I'm Secretary General of Caritas Europa. Many of you might know Caritas, so just to say a few words, we are the charity arm of the church. We are present in some 160 countries across the world. Caritas Sweden is one of them, and I am part of the European office, which is based in Brussels, that I'm heading, and we are coordinating the work of Caritas organizations in 46 European countries. And as Caritas, our mission is really to be close to the people in the most vulnerable situations, to see their needs and to meet their needs. The preferential option of the poor is really at the heart of our work. It's at the heart of the Catholic social teachings as well, knowing that we will not reach the common good, the good for all, if we don't put the human person at the center, and that we put the dignity of every person at the center of everything that we do. And I would start by saying that I think that one of the biggest challenges today is the fact that we don't always put the human dignity at the center in all of the decisions that are taken and in everything that we are doing. And I also think that there is a short-sightedness in a lot of the work that we do in society in general, in policy making. There is a tendency not to think holistically and a tendency not to respond long-term to many of the challenges that we are facing. We know that the challenges are many. Poverty is on the rise. We know that in Europe, 1 in 5 children are growing up in poverty, which is a scandal on our continent. There is a war. war in Ukraine. There are close to 8 million people that have left the country. There are more than 6 million people that are internally displaced in Ukraine, so migrants in their own country. And there is a third of the population that is in need in the country. There is tensions in the Nagorno-Karabakh region between Armenia and Azerbaijan, which is not spoken about so much. There are people facing terrible suffering as they try to enter Europe. People being stuck as well at the European borders. People freezing there, people being hungry there, people even dying there. And also the consequences of the pandemic are still very present in Europe and across the world indeed, not least in terms of loneliness, in terms of mental health issues, also fear for the future, not least among the younger generation. There are still so many people who haven't managed to kind of rebuild their lives after the pandemic. People who lost their jobs, people who face long-term diseases, people who have been facing consequences of the lockdown, which wasn't taking place in Sweden, but in many parts of Europe, not the least, and the consequences of that, increased domestic violence, and so on. So many of those people reach out to Caritas. I think across the world, really, we have seen an increase in demand to Caritas. People who thought that they would never seek out to charity organizations such as Caritas. There is also the climate emergency. If we speak about challenges, there is a lot of challenges. There is drought at places, flooding at others. You will know this very well. Forest wildfires, food insecurity, climate issues that lead to loss of biodiversity, leading to even the bigger food security, levels of famine increasing across the world dramatically, partly due to climate, of course, but also partly due to other consequences, such as the war, or consequence of the war, partly due to socially unjust structures in the first place, and many places where the resources are not serving the common good. We see that small-scale farmers don't manage to enter the market, and so on and so forth. There is huge inflation, there is armed conflict in many places across the world, there is violence, there is suffering of the people and of the planet, our common home, and all of these are obviously huge challenges for the common good. The Pope reminds us all the time that these are not separate crises. These are all interconnected, and that's why we need a holistic response. We cannot address these different challenges and these different issues in isolation. And as Caritas, we try to use the model of the church, see, judge, act. So see the needs, see the suffering of the people in the context that we are in, and then prayerfully discern how to respond to those needs, and then act, then do it, then serve. I think we see this as our way, our contribution to reaching the common good. We respond obviously through immediate help, through direct relief, but also to try to address the many structural issues that have led to these situations in the first place, trying to address the root causes of these situations of vulnerability, and trying to support the empowerment of these people, trying to constantly read the signs of the times. And I think that that's perhaps one of the big issues, the big challenges today as well, is that we are not sufficiently kind of reading prayerfully the signs of the times. So how can we address the many current issues that we face? And we heard they are many, they are very difficult. So what does that mean, reading the signs of the times? And I think I'll just kind of close by that I think it's about trying to analyze the situations and the contexts that we are facing in our societies, but in the light of the gospel. So it's a hopeful reading. It's a hopeful reading of the signs of the times. We are people of hope, and we know that there are challenges, but we know that there is hope and joy, and that there is a good end. And I think that this is a huge contribution that we can do in the situation, in the midst of the challenges, to read the signs, to read the signs of the times in light of the gospel, to do that hopeful reading. And the Gospel of St. Luke says that Jesus said to the crowd, in the 12th chapel, Jesus said to the crowd, when you see a cloud rising in the west, immediately you say, it's going to rain, and it does. And when the south wind blows, you say, it's going to be hot, and it is. Hypocrites, you know how to interpret the appearance of the earth and the sky. How is it that you don't know how to interpret this present time? So there's a call to us to interpret this present time, not to be preoccupied with minor kind of changes in the weather, but to take responsibility with prayerful discernment of what is important and what actions and what responses will be in light of the values of our faith. So not so much taking the weather, but the climate, looking at the bigger picture and what it means for us and our work. And then I think we can act, and then we can respond to the challenges. So commitment to the common good, and I'll stop there, means respecting the rights and responsibilities of all people, including the most vulnerable in the first place, knowing that we are interdependent, part of one human family, and that our actions have an impact on the wider society.
Thank you. So I invite Professor Daniel Statin to give yet a completely different angle to what we're talking about.
Thank you. Your Eminences, dear friends, I'm the last panelist. It's a difficult task after all these contributions. I will try to, as our moderator said, provide a different perspective on this. But let me start with an observation. We have talked about the common good as an objective, even if possibly the ultimate objective is rather the dignity of the person, but an objective which should be achieved. And that, in a way, is the starting point for my own research interest in this area as a professor of the law of organizations, of companies, associations, and so on at this university in Uppsala. Or, if you will, as an academic business lawyer. No one can achieve this by themselves. We can all contribute, as we have heard several speakers say today, but no one can achieve it by himself or herself. It has to be done to a large extent through communities of different sorts. There exist different communities. We have the general communities, such as the family, the state, the church, which has an overall responsibility for at least parts of the society and those parts of the common good. And we have specialized communities, such as associations and companies and enterprises and businesses. All these have a role to play in this. My own research deals with mostly business organization in this perspective. It's very much those questions which are discussed not least in the Americas, when from economic faculties and so on, even if my perspective is that of a lawyer. I'm very much in this area dealing with the specialized communities. One could start with observation possibly that there is a common good among this community, and which is, for instance, says that its participants, such as owners or board members, managers, employees, and so on, should be treated fairly and should have a fair outcome of their work in the community. The community should, a specialized community should try to achieve an objective and thereby be part of the implementation of the common good. Not just, for instance, which is very much discussed in the legal and economic debate today, not just to achieve a profit for its own end, but very much to achieve a profit, but not as a contribution to the common good in society. As Cardinal Arborelius said, they should be shepherds and stewards of property and use property in that way for the common good. Be prepared to do that, while still making a profit is obviously an important thing to show that the activities of these communities are carried out in an efficient and in an efficient way. This is on a theoretical level. This is rather easy to say, but the difficult thing is the implementation. And let me give you 2 examples to show the difficulties in this. Let's start with the recent pandemic and the question, which is a typical ethical question: should a company contribute to the development of vaccines? Well, this could be discussed at length and be part of a very complicated ethical discussion. But if we have a medical company, there is some strong arguments for that company to have an obligation to contribute, for instance, to a vaccine or methods to treat those who are ill and so on. But if we instead have, for instance, in a mechanical company, they should not. They should continue with their specialized task and thereby contribute to the common good. We have thus to see what can be achieved within these different communities. Another question, or my other example would be, should a company donate to worthy causes? Well, if you start to look at it, it might be obvious that it should, but it's not that obvious. And in many cases, it's better to transfer those funds which could be donated to the members, to individual people who could, on their part, contribute to causes which they see as worthy. So it's not very easy to implement rules concerning common good. It's very easy to make rather hasty conclusions, but the actual implementation and making different sort of communities, be it companies, associations, and so on, or being or the state or other political communities, is much more difficult. An area in which I think the law, as well as other sciences, have a part to play. Well, I suppose the bottom line could be that companies, associations, other specialized communities contribute best by being specialized, not by trying to do everything, but to work in their own areas of expertise to contribute to the common good.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. So now we will start a panel discussion, and I will ask you, Father Frederick, to step in for the oath, also on behalf of the Newman Institute and as a theologian, to complete, as you put it, our holistic picture of the current challenges.
Right. Can I somehow do as politicians do and answer with another answer than the question you... I would like to focus on the word purpose or meaning, and perhaps it can unite several of us here who have given statements. If we enter the world of medicine ethics, there is this sort of purpose of certain treatments and the purpose of human life and how long it should be and when it begins. One topic that could be worth focusing on in Catholic social teaching is that of labor, of work. And Pope John Paul II, with his letter or encyclical Laborem Exercens, on the meaning of labor, basically, would have much interesting things to say about purpose, about the purpose of labor. To put it sort of succinctly, the contribution there is that the meaning of labor for the individual would be understood in the light of the connection with the Creator. So the theological point there would be that one could view one's work effort within a company or a congregation or what it might be in connection with the one who has created us. And there are expressions here of that the human working person participates in God's work. I think that helps us to, there are several other aspects in his teaching, but it helps us to see, well, is it only for us? In the keynotes address here by Cardinal Arboriles, for instance, we talked about, is it my good or our good, common good? And in terms of work, I think it's significant to see, well, is it for my sake or for the common sake or for God's sake? So that would be one way. One could look at the other issues from that similar angle. Yeah? Why do we do things, or why do we help?
Just put the microphone on then.
I think I would like to pass it on. It made me wonder what I do for me and what I do for others. And I'm not so sure. I think we all try to imagine that we do things for others and that ultimately that's for God. But maybe we need to reflect a little bit on our own benefit and enjoyment out of that.
Yeah, I think the very issue of labor and contribution, I mean, I think that's an inner sense that every person really has, which is part of the dignity and the upholding of the dignity of the persons. That's also why we are seeing so much as in the work that we are doing as Caritas, the importance of ensuring that you are not only supporting the person in the immediate relief, but really helping the person to regain that kind of sense of dignity and to be able to contribute and to empower the persons to restore their lives and to feel that they can in their turn contribute. I think it's really a part of the dignity of every person to get that sense. I also, I don't know if it's now, but I also wanted to react to something else that you said, but perhaps you want to first, yeah? Because I was also thinking about the word of Father Ulf about the polarization, which I think is very true. And I'm wondering also in today's society, and that maybe is also linking a little bit to what you were mentioning about the technologies and the opportunities and the threats that there are with those. How can we ensure in the society that we are living with being surrounded by social media and so on, and shaping our, I think very often our information is brought in from these different channels. That are functioning in a way with the algorithms and so on, which is keeping feeding our one-sidedness. That if we are looking for certain kind of information, we will be fed with the same kind of information and the same kind of opinions, which will lead to an even bigger polarization. So I guess it's more of a question than you know how to tackle that, because I think that this is something that is happening without us being properly aware of that. and which is definitely not leading to the culture of encounter that Bishop Anders was speaking about. Yeah, but that's another topic, so now perhaps you want to react to it.
Well, so we now have two topics, but I will start with Pater Fredrik's topic on labor for the individual. And of course, the individual as a human being has the important part is probably the dignity of work, which I think is twofold. Firstly, to have something meaningful to do, to be able to contribute, both to the individual's family, but also to the wider community, and in the end to everyone. But an important aspect of that probably is responsibility also. The individual's responsibility in the workplace, loyalty to the employer, for instance, at the same time as the employer has a loyalty to the worker, to be able to develop a responsibility I think is also a very important part of this dignity in the workplace and the person's dignity. Well, the other question I don't think I could answer then, possibly no one can fully, but let's add responsibility to that also. Obviously, it is a responsibility for everyone. Someone said you should pay for your news. Meaning you have to have a subscription to a newspaper or in some sort, and not just try to consummate this internet news, which, as you very eloquently described, has a tendency of being biased through the choices which is individual does. So I think a good starting point on the second question would be responsibility, at least.
But may I add that it's very interesting, Laborem churches, and it goes so far that it said that to work is essential to salvation. It's surprising. What happens if you don't have work? If you're on the dole? What does the church says of people being out of work?
Well, the John Paul II, he would look more at the working conditions for those who have work, so with minimum wage and reasonable working hours, and there are other such reflections for the individual. But then you have also the collective perspective on those who are in the factory. But yes, I think the unemployment maybe not so present in that reflection, but I think we have a anthropological, philosophical, theological contribution to make here, to work further perhaps on the meaning of work for those who have it. Yeah? For whom is it? Or maybe it's a mixed motivation, as Katarina suggested. But what happens to those who are outside the labor market? So I don't really have an answer, but it's certainly worth looking at, because labor, to have a job means so much in our, let's call it, Americanized civilization. Yeah? And these are, apart from refugees that Maria and Nima work with a lot, also the unemployed, you know.
Daniel.
I think we could possibly even go so far as to say that it would be very much in line with the social teaching to say that there is a right to work. Not possibly the work you ultimately would like to have, but still to work and thus to contribute also. But of course, most of the encyclicals are dealing with working conditions for those who have work. But the second thing is that we probably not should see work only as salarized work. It could be other things also, contributions to communities, to associations, non-profit work, etc.
Yeah, I think also to emphasize what you were mentioning, Father Frederick, but on the importance of kind of dignified work as well, the quality works, and that there is a lot of non-dignified work that exists as well, which is not what we are aiming at, and which is not what will lead to the dignity and the common good either. And to also look at the person holistically, there will be moments in life when we might be, do the paid work, or there might be other moments in life where we will, for all kind of reasons, not be in that situation. And there again, like the contribution, I think the importance is to look at this inner contribution of every person in the situation that they're in. There will be moments when each one of us will not work as well, be it for family reasons, be it for situations that can happen to anyone, and we are striving a lot to complement this with social security, social protection, ensuring that every person will have the possibility to dignity, whatever walk of life they are in and whatever stage of life.
But it's really having meaning, and to be dignified by having some sort of purpose. Parenting is another contribution, which is not paid salary, but equally important.
So to bring in maybe one more subject to the holistic picture, because Maria, you touched on it, but what about environmental issues? Climate change? It affects people we know. We have refugees even in Sweden from climate change, because of climate change. That is a huge challenge and an immediate challenge. What do we do about it?
I think recognition and awareness are key, and the fact that the world has changed, the human population has grown so much only in the last 50, 60 years, and that the situation will not be the same. And that, as I said, and I think it will be a truth that it will take some time to come upon us, that we cannot only look at us as humans, we have to look at us in a global biological context. Otherwise, it will not work. And honoring ourselves and honoring God and finding dignity will all be part of that global perspective. And we need a lot of information, and we need to learn. And then from just having heard something, we talked about the internet and how information flows, and it's very abstract and not so real, but we will have to begin to internalize it and really take it into what we do in a whole different way, and I think quite soon.
Yeah, I think it's essential that we remember that the violence that is done to the earth is done to the people in the first place, and to the people experiencing, the people in the most fragile situations in the first place, and that this will require a fundamental change of each one of us. But I think we also have to look at this again, through the lens of the gospel and the lens of hope, that we are doing it for something better. we will, if we manage to come to a situation where we can live on a sustainable planet and a planet that can, provide for all of its inhabitants, all of the sisters and brothers across the world, is for something better. We tend to speak about it as a sacrifice very often. We need to change this and that and this, and you need to reduce and you need to, but we do it for the common good, and the common good is also good for us. It's not, we're not just doing it. It's something that is good for each one of us. And when we see, and again, the focus, natural focus, but on situations that are closer to us. I mean, now there's a lot of discussions about what is going on in Ukraine, the terrors there. There is also, that shouldn't overshadow the other crises and the other atrocities that is going on across the world. And I was this summer in Ethiopia, and when you were seeing there, the combination of terrible conflict, of drought, not a drop of rain in certain areas in 3 years. People, for their survival, their livelihoods are dying. For their survival, what is there as an option except for migrating, obviously. In combination with effects of COVID, where people haven't been able to go out and to work sustain for their families. In combination with increasing food prices, fuel prices, and importation of food so the food security. So I think we have to accept that the situation is untenable. And that we have to do our bit, and it should be a journey of joy, because it will lead to something better. And I think that's something that we very often forget when we speak about this. We are doing the planet, we should save the planet because it's the home of the people, and that means it's also our home. So yeah, just a journey of hope and joy.
Yeah, I think the last thing you said could be underlined, really, that it is a lot of things to do, but it should also be a journey of hope, and there are good examples also. We shouldn't forget that. From my perspective, it has, for instance, shown there is quite good economic data on this, that sustainable investment, sustainable companies are just sustainable. They even in an economic crisis, they work or achieve much better results and so on, just by being sustainable, by going the extra mile to look at their own activities and so on, what could be done, what could be done. So there are good examples.
I will just agree with that, because I think as I said, we need to be educated. We will need to bring around change, but it doesn't need to be sacrifice. It might be living in a more compatible way with using fewer pesticides by changing agriculture. There are a lot of things that can be made that will actually help save the planet. It's just that we need to be educated in what they are and how to do it.
I think there are also role models here, and I would read the encyclical Laudato Si, for instance, where Pope Francis makes a couple of references to indigenous people, alltså urbefolkning in Swedish, and I have some experience from Mexico, but also indirectly from Amazonia, and I assume that Your Eminence Cardinal Czerny would have some similar reference point with the indigenous population who live in extreme poverty, but also have a very close relationship to creation, to God, and to their own soul and body. You find this in the way of life, the way they walk and the way they think. They are not saints. I'm not idealizing or a romantic view, but there is a certain quite different way of approaching creation and living it. We made a retreat on one occasion in Spain. I acknowledge that there was air travel involved in my getting to Spain, so there's a cognitive dissonance, which is also a point, the cognitive dissonance here. But we had made an experiment for a week at least to live as more or less how these indigenous people live. There was a Spanish Jesuits and two Brazilian religious sisters who taught us a couple of things, one of which was to, during the entire week, use only two bowls, like a tallrik liksom, eller skål, and for everything. So that was for food and for drink, and they themselves says, well, we only wash these things and then we take water as a shower, and you continue like this. So just a symbolic example of how to live a simple life. Unfortunately, I'm not able to retell this whole worldview and this whole experience, but you see people, they're simply in reality, in their spirit, in the way they would work and live, would have a totally different relationship to nature. Now, the big difficulty is how do you translate that culture? Because it's fine if you are in the forest, in the beautiful rivers, in the Amazonia, to try to, so you live like this, yeah. But when you return to Lima or to New York City or to Toronto, but I think there's a learning outcome or learning experience from these. And just to finish off with how radical the Jesuits live in those environments. They only have their mochila, in Spanish, their rucksack, and go from place to place in an itinerant way of priesthood. And this Spanish Jesuit who is connected to Paraguay, his ordination was absolutely fabulous. He was ordained in what are they called, sopstationer, alltså vad heter de där för engelska nu, alltså
garbage recycling
big garbage mountain. Yeah, big garbage mountain in Rio de Janeiro or somewhere there in Brazil, and this was his manifestation to live with the poor and indirectly with the indigenous, and it was quite a statement. Yeah, so you can ask me more about, in the evening about that.
Well, but I could just add, maybe one answer would be not more, but enough. Again, the solid Catholic idea of enough. Go on talking. You have 5 more minutes.
So we're on the same thing still, or I suppose.
Det är nog bra.
I think it's important to while talking about this, because it's a huge problem which has to be addressed, and where, as we've said, everyone can do a part in this, but still. As we said, to look with some hope, at least to the future. There is happening a lot of things. It's happening in economic life, in science, as we talked about earlier, and so on. As I said, good examples exist, and so we can't sort of just despair and shut down society. That would be defeatism, I would say, in this. Before these problems, rather try to find solutions.
Yes, and I think that these solutions will come a lot from dialogue and from ensuring that we are really living this culture of encounter that, again, the Pope is very often referring to. And I think that fear is very often the biggest barrier that is preventing us from progressing and going towards the common good. I think all in all, people would generally agree if they would hear what the common can be. It's something that people would be attracted by and would want to reach. But we are afraid of the changes that would require. There is a lot of internal fears and barriers, and I think that overcoming those will be essential, and that would require living this culture of encounter. So also daring to reach out, and there's a lot of solutions. We heard about good practices, about examples, and to learn from those and to share, to also be ready to share and to ready to listen in and to learn. So yeah, that I think will be essential.
Well, thank you all on the panel. Thank you for your valuable inputs. You have shown us that there are challenges, current challenges, but that there are also things happening in the church that moves her to meet it. She tends to be slow in reaction, but it's not without hope. And I think hope is the word we have to cling to tonight. So I give the microphone back to Anna Maria.
Tack så mycket. Hello? I will just say some little words. It's been a lot of, what do you say, food for thought. Båda, okay. It's been a lot of food for thought today, and as one of the organizers, I'm very happy to have started this symposium so well. And it's, apart from me, it's Christina, Vanya, and also Ricarda, who has organized most of the practical things here, which is very important too. Tomorrow we will gather at 9:30 to the keynote lecture of Cardinal Michael Czerny. And it will be another full day with these interesting challenges. Thank you all. Now we'll continue in Swedish. Ni vet att de här 2 dagarna som vi har det här symposiet så kan man köpa den här lilla boken då. Den katolska socialläran för halva priset. Så 198 kronor för de här 1000 sidorna. Och jag rekommenderar verkligen att den känns stor och tung och svår. Men det är fantastiska introduktioner av de här som satt i den här lilla arbetskommittén. Så man kan börja med introduktionerna och sen så kommer man hitta sin väg in, som biskop Anders sa. Det finns någonting här och det finns saker som är ständigt aktuella. Vi pratar om kärnvapennedrustning och upprustning på 60-talet. Fortfarande aktuella frågor. Och jag vill också säga att nu finns möjlighet för dem som vill att då i Sankt Lars församling här till fira en kvällsmässa klockan 6:15. Vi ses här imorgon, 9:30 börjar vi exakt. Tack så mycket för idag.
Det är för försäljningen.